Alright, there we go. Let's go through my usual checks. Mic's okay. Game audio is probably going to be slightly lower because I was practicing Ghostmaster a bit earlier. And I do not like Ghostmaster's OST, so I lowered it very slightly. Yeah, welcome back to Where Winds Meet, and if I don't sound too okay, it's probably because I'm still not completely okay. Honestly, the only reason I've been up and about today is because I've been taking medicine straight on the dot. Like, if I even remotely forget to take it, that fever's knocking me over. And that's exactly what happened to me yesterday. I forgot to take it in the afternoon, and by the evening, I was feeling terrible. Oh, and as you can see, I finally gotten the Silver Needle outfit. This is the one outfit that I joined the Silver Needle for. Unfortunately, we still have a few more things that I need to get in the shop, and one of those is Silent Current. I can probably get this in 2 weeks. Well, no, I'll need an extra week. I'm just thinking how sly it is for them to do this, right? Right. Because, no, wait, maybe it's not so sly. Because you see, the total amount of reputation you can earn is locked to like 1,200 per week, at least from doing the Jianghu errands. Thankfully, you can also gain some more reputation by voting on the Divine Healer, and I do believe with that we might be able to get it in 2 weeks. But then, I also want the portrait too, so probably going to be sticking around in Silver Needle for a bit longer, but the main reason why I joined Silver Needle has finally been completed, and I'm very happy that I got that outfit. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's only one reason why we're playing today, and that is to beat the Ghostmaster, who I feel like it's going to be honestly, most of the bosses, when you're trying to do a no-hit run in this game, have mechanics that make it incredibly annoying to deal with, right? And Ghostmaster is no... Ghostmaster is in the same way in all prospects. Well, and we started off with the cutscene immediately. There was a slight claim that the textures on console were improved, and I do feel it is slightly better, but the close-up is still really bad, as you can see. Like, even the cloth on the Ghostmaster is so bad. And you could momentarily see the assets being lined up for the cutscene there. But yeah, the main problem that I have with Ghostmaster, at least for the first phase, is that he has that one attack at the start, which I feel like I need to be... It's the same with Tianjing. I feel like I need to be pressing way before that attack comes out, or I'm not parrying it, so I have to play a bit defensively. And he has so many repeating mechanics that you have to be very careful. Like, the longer the fight goes on, the more you're gonna be hit by something. Yeah, and it's that attack. It's that attack specifically, that quick 1-2 swipe, that always gets me. Alright, I wanted to reset it and I ended up accidentally moving out to the world itself. But yeah, probably gonna be a bit of a boring stream. I'll probably be trying Ghostmaster over and over until we can get a clear run, because that's the only thing I'm kind of lacking right now, just a run on Abyss without getting hit. And I need to ingrain that attack into me over not making it. I'm also avoiding using poison, though I feel like if I did use poison, this whole thing would be a lot easier. If I get a bit more confident during phase... Also, it's raining all of a sudden, which I think is technically what's supposed to happen, but the game glitches out a lot in this area. But yeah, if I feel I'm getting like very confident with phase one, I might actually just switch on Divine Crafter Poison. I have a ton, but I also kind of don't want to waste it. I don't want to spend all that time farming it. Oh. And in a bit of an odd design decision, Ghostmaster, whenever you restart Ghostmaster, the cutscene actually plays, which is not something that happens for any of the other bosses insofar as I know. Any of the other bosses that I've defeated so far, right? Oh, did you actually miss me there? And this is also one of the things that I dislike about Ghostmaster. Whenever he does that specific attack, it unlocks the lock-on. Oh, you got stuck there. Oh no, not this attack. Ah. Oh, yeah. It is a bit of a stone's throw as to whether I can actually dodge that one. It is so random, right? I do not know a proper tell for that attack at all. It feels like the sound cue is supposed to be the dodge cue, but maybe it's because I'm streaming and it comes out a bit late. So the Ghostmaster can actually do that attack. Like, he can come out to grab you and choke you out in any of his hits. So 1, 2, 3, even 4, he can do it. So, and I have no idea how to distinguish whether he's going to do it or not. I've been looking at him multiple times and I do not know what the tell for it is, honestly. If any of you know the tell for it, please tell me. Because I am just clueless in figuring out what it is. No, what? That's one of the attacks that I'm very confident in, and I still got hit. I saw that attack and I was kind of happy. Even taking a little break from the game kind of rusts you out, unfortunately. Well, nothing to do but just get better at it by practicing, I guess. Right? Yeah, I definitely lost the timing for that one. And as you can see, you really don't want to restart this fight too much. It's a very odd design decision, right? With all the other fights, I feel like there was some sort of decision where there was like, you know what, we should probably just skip the cutscene. It's going to annoy the players who are trying this over and over again. Especially since speedruns are very incentivized. And that 1-2 attack, is going to be the bane of my existence for this fight. If I get hit by any other attack, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm fine. But the 1-2 attack, I really need to be on the dot for. I have to play very defensively here. Yeah, phase one. Phase one is going to be a challenge to no hit. I was pretty okay, especially since we were in Bamboo Cut, right? With the time attack and everything, but doing this as a no hit. I'm going to be spending a lot of time here. And I wasted my flame bread too. That was a pretty bad start. Yeah, right about now, I'm wishing we could skip that cutscene. I got hit, but I wanted to test out that last one. I'm usually looking for the audio clue where he's like, he'll do a little cackle at the end. But he's not doing that, so I'm doing it with muscle memory. Yeah, lots of practice, and I might just jump into practice mode to get a handle on all his moves, because I'm getting hit way too much to be actually attempting a no-hit here. Oh, right. Oh, come on. That was such a good run, to be honest. I forgot he does the little teleport at the very end. Like, it completely slipped my mind. Oh, come on. I was replying to a friend who was complaining about the fact that Code Wayne Neo 3, Dragon Quest 7 Remake, and MH Stories 3 are releasing almost at the same time. I'm telling him, you know what? That's a good thing. We have more things to play. Things which aren't gacha for once, and which we'll have our time to sink our teeth into. But in my haste to reply to that, I completely forgot that I have not done the setup for the fight, and then just walked in right there. Not a good mindset to have when you're trying to go for an Abyss trial and not get hit. Ah. Should have did a little spinny spin first before we did that. There's just so many things wrong with this fight, right? The fact that this palanquin, I think that's what it's called, kinda just stands there and blocks the view isn't helping either. But hey, as I always used to say, a bad workman blames their tools, so I just have to adjust. I'm not getting the time. You know what? Okay. If I get hit one more time, I'm just gonna go into phase 1 practice. Now, I feel like if you get a good rhythm, it's possible for me to go to phase 2, but by the time I get to phase 2, I'm probably gonna forget everything about phase 2 instead. Because even phase 2 has a few tricky moves that can get you. And I'm wondering if I should wait for that first attack before I try to put in the flame breath. Because Ghostmaster likes to either go to the left or the right at the start, and that can lead to the flame breath missing. just gonna practice the phase 1 moves for now, even though we're technically in the challenge itself. I'm not sure why I keep getting hit by some of these. That one move is gonna be the bane of my existence. So let's just start with practice here instead of actually going into the challenge, because I need to get the timing for the others to perfection. So even if the Ghostmaster does that one, okay, I'm not in my current. You know what? Doesn't really matter. We can just use the fan. I messed that one up. When I'm doing nothing, I can kind of pair. Oh, it's because I'm not close enough. That's why the parry timing is being weird. But to be honest, that one always gets me regardless of the parry timing. I should be parrying before the umbrella goes out by the looks of it. The one thing you learn with this game is that you always parry earlier rather than later. Funny thing is, I don't feel like the Ghostmaster has too difficult a set of parries. It's just very tricky. Some of them, right? Let's get the timing for that one down too. The slow umbrella is the one move that I kind of want to learn, but it's very random as to whether we can get it or not during practice. So let's try to perfect everything else as well. And I am way too far to be preparing that again. Always manage to stun him too when he's doing this. Not ideal. I feel like, yeah, the arena is also kind of messing things up. I'm a little too at the edge. The distance is close down a bit. Oh, come on. Maybe the tell is that he's actually not there. Because on the one that he actually attacks you with, he's really not there. Like all those are floating is just particles. Oh, come on. It's always the slow one that I somehow managed to stagger you out of. I wonder if it's stuck on a loop of some weird sort. I parried that. I did not parry any of those. Yeah, it is a slow one. I don't even know what to say to that. How? Honestly, this fight might be a bit easier if I'm mid-distance, because I feel like I have to do an extra parry if I'm really close up. But that will be the case since I'll be using bamboo cut quite a bit. I literally can't see it from that distance. Oh, that one move. That one... Okay, maybe not one move. There are like a few moves in this fight that is really, really just throwing me off. Like, the most effective way I found for dealing with that move is to just dodge everything. You have enough stamina to cover it. Did you just damage yourself? Or did that actually hit me? Because that was a red damage number there. I'm being way too early for that one. Oh, I couldn't hear the sound effect for it this time. Still too late on that last one. Look, I was right in front of him. That was unfortunate. Yeah. The golden move is like really gonna mess things up. 100%. Without a doubt, it's gonna mess me up considerably. gonna need a bit of luck with that move. No doubt about it. And with the double swipe, because that comes out really quickly too. And this too, because if you were near that, you have to do an immediate parry. But if you are a mid-distance away, you don't need to do an additional parry there. And for some reason, I'm missing that final hit, which I felt pretty confident in, but apparently I was not ready for this. The slow umbrella. Oh, right, and you have one more attack in that too. I always forget that he does the little dash at the end. Yep, that's what I mean. Since we were close, we had 3 parries to deal with. So the last fairy is sort of... Oh wow. Getting stuck in that is not fun too. Too early. Did I just get hit by the Ghost Master's hand there? Because it felt like I got hit before the umbrella arrived. Oh, lost my focus there. Yeah, it's gonna be just me parrying over and over until I get the timing for a lot of these. Wait, you did damage me there. You didn't even catch me and you damaged me. I always have to parry that umbrella because the damage from that is pretty random. I think you were meant to dodge that one more than anything else. I'm also wondering if the Ghostmaster has a pattern to this, because I feel like whenever he does the double swipe, first he follows up with the left one. But whenever he does the double swipe to the right, whenever he does the spinning move first and then it's a double swipe, it's the right one he does and not the left. Still need to delay it. Yeah, because that's right and then double. Losing my focus since I'm trying to talk. Double swipe again. Yeah, it might be a pattern. No, I couldn't test it. If I had not blocked that, we could have probably tested whether he'd go into the right spinny spin. I guess we can test it now. Yeah, it is a pattern. If he does the double swipe first, it goes to the other side. It goes to the left one. No, left for him, by the way. Right for me. It might feel a bit more randomized if I do not stagger him here, but I feel like once I stagger him, it sort of resets everything a bit. So he might go into the right one here. Yeah, it's the same. That makes it a bit easier so you can sort of tell what's coming. The knowledge might prove helpful. It's a shame that he's getting staggered each time he's doing the slower one, because I would not like to know. He's gonna just do the slow one and then double tap again, is my guess. Yeah, since I knew it was going to be the right one this time, I immediately moved forward there, just so that we can get a triple parry instead of a double. Okay, slow. Kind of wish the boss had more of a stagger bar in practice, just so that we could see the pattern in its entirety. It's gonna be the right one again. You gotta remember that is a double tap, not a one. Even though it looks like you can delay in between the two, the parry input is pretty early for some odd reason. Well, not odd, it's just the way the game works. Also, it is so random as to whether you can actually avoid damage from that umbrella thing. The giant umbrella. I rolled right into him. It's gonna be double tap next. Yep. I knew it was coming, I couldn't parry it. So it's not a single combo by itself, it's a sequence, which makes things a bit easier to decipher. Time for the last one. I'm messing it up now. I'm a little too close to the edge of the arena. That's probably messing it up here. It's likely that Ghostmaster does the gold attack when after the slam too. If I fail it. It's gonna be right now, so blowing close. 1, 2. Remember, that is a double tap. We need to be making a mental habit of actually dashing away from the umbrella attack. Hopefully there's a pattern to that that I can figure out, so concentrate between parrying and dashing. I guess we can parry the first one and then stash away for the second. That seems to work fine. Double tap. Right. reason. Like, oh yeah, he is definitely doing it after this. You reset the pattern. A slow one. Now my timing for that is entirely off. So after every 2 attacks, it's either the umbrella or... Okay, if the umbrella hasn't come first, then it's the giant umbrellas. Yeah, if it's not this, after every 2 attacks, it's either this or the giant umbrella. Or a stagger, that works too. Double tap, gotta remember. Even if it looks like there's a delay in between, that is a double press. And keep practicing until we get it into muscle memory. I'm probably gonna mess up phase 2 after this. Or get to phase 2 by parrying that over and over again. And I need to make a mental note of locking on during that animation, because the lock on is cancelled the moment he teleports away. Triple. Slowly. Triple. Umbrella. It would be a very different first phase if we could just parry Ghostmaster out of that attack. Because it takes a chunk of his chi key. Double. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Never mind. It's a gold attack. Nope. Yeah, I wanted to get the timing for that. That's why I delayed it. You know what? Let's go to phase 2 and practice there for a bit. Oh, what? Okay. Don't know why that missed. in a funny way, I feel like the Silver Needle outfit is the perfect antithesis for this, even though I know it's the red Oni, blue Oni meme that usually goes around. There's one more delayed attack in there. That might be a good way to continue the fight. Just burn him after that. That Shikigami is getting me. Ow. Another thing which I dislike about the fight is the fact that you can't tell what the hitboxes for these lilies are. The only way that I've found to avoid it entirely is just to head to the edge and then just jump. Like, you can dodge it pretty well because the dodging side is pretty lenient, all things considered. And most of his other attacks are pretty easy parries, all things considered. It's just, he has a bunch of mechanics. I'm only gonna hit 3 here. It's fine. We were slightly off angle. Completely okay. Oh, I have to be careful with managing my stamina here. It's nice to use the burn for the damage, but I feel like if I did use the burn excessively, I wouldn't have enough to actually avoid... Ow, I got hit by something there. To actually take care of that, all those Shikigamis that he's bringing out later on. Now let's exit for a bit. I'll check out Sec Chat. Probably take a small break just to make some tea, because again, the tea is helping with the cold. I'll probably fill out all the water bottles in my house. So it might take me like 5 to 10 minutes, but I will be... Wait a minute, what is that up there? Violation. Oh, right. I have been falsely accused by someone. Makes sense, I guess. This is supposed to bounty. Bounty hunters are always on it, so this will be done in very quickly. Very quickly. Yeah, I'll probably just leave you guys here with some music and be right back. All right. Got myself some ginger and lemon tea. And if that sounds fancy to you guys, don't be, because it's actually just a sachet of ginger and lemon. So hey, Kelix, welcome to the stream. You have caught me in a break while I went to make some tea, because I'm still suffering from that cold that I got over New Year's. It's been a bit of a challenge to stream because I'm partially sick. The only reason I wasn't streaming yesterday was because of that too. Like, I forgot to take my medicine yesterday, and then I just fell into a feverish haze at the end in the evening. Didn't have the strength to stream at all. But yeah. I left my character dancing up there now that I think about it. And surprisingly, the one thing that surprised me with this game is that if you dance, it does have music to it. And one of my favorites is this one. It's a very powerful song. It's a very long one too. You can't even cancel out of this, I believe. Yeah, it's not my mic. It's probably the fact that I have a cold right now. And that might be making my voice sound very different as opposed to how I usually sound. Like, my nose is partially clogged. I'm trying not to breathe into the mic. I have a feeling it might be that, right? Because I have two guesses as to what this could be. One is that, well, it's probably the same source in a way. One is that I was helping a friend prep with their stall for the food festival. And even though there weren't as many people there at the time, as opposed to when the festival would actually be going on, there were still quite a few people, so could have caught the Rona from that one, right? The other thing is, the final few days for December was filled with quite a bit of haze near my workplace. So my coworker suggested that that might have actually been the cause, because I went into work yesterday and everyone at work was coughing. I thought I was the only one who got sick over New Year's, but apparently not. Everyone got sick at work. So if it's the haze, I feel like it's quite a high probability too. Yeah, because of that, I'm basically eating medicine on the clock and brewing myself, what do you even call this? Flavored tea of the ginger kind. Oh, I can actually cancel out of it. I didn't know it. Yeah, thanks, Calyx. To be honest, I'm actually very susceptible to colds and stuff. Whenever I feel even remotely like something's going around, I usually wear a mask. This caught me by surprise. Yeah, as you can see, I finally got the healing outfit from the sect. And it took me a while. You need 6,000 points for this. And I finally got it today. It looks actually very nice, and I do like the fact that it's green for obvious reasons. But we still have a few more things to do before we can quit this sect. I need to get this hairstyle and probably this appearance. The Silver Needle sect is pretty interesting, right? The whole point of the Silver Needle sect is that you have to heal people on a weekly basis to stay in the sect. You are essentially doctors in the Jianghu. And if you don't heal, like I have done for a few weeks, you end up losing your precept value and getting punished for it. There are actually 3 rules to this. First is that when you heal someone, you have to claim a price. The other is that you have to do a weekly heal of at least get 15 likes on a weekly requirement. And you're basically seeing all the rules right here. Yeah, I've been ending at 11 mainly because of this cold, because I feel like if I go on longer, it would be messing me up a bit. So I've been trying to sleep early just to get in some rest and then go to work on time. Like with other days, even if I'm slightly sleepy, I feel like I can crawl to work. But when I'm sick, it's a whole different story. Like, normally when I'm at work, I'm not even eating lunch because I'm that hardy. But when I'm sick, I need to eat regularly and I need to sleep regularly. Otherwise, I feel very feverish. Those are some great emotes. But yeah, as I was saying, the healing sect, right? Right now, I am a medical scholar, which is the second to highest rank in the sect. The highest rank is divine healer, and the way things work with divine healers is that it is done by popular word from the community. The problem with this system, however, is that if you are part of the silver needle healing sect, and you're on the main channel, which I'm not at the moment, I'm on 61, you will be constantly bombarded with invitations to vote for people. So what the Silver Needle people on this server has decided is that, you know what, during voting season, all of the people who want to chat just go over to 61, and if I switch channel to the main one, English. Yeah, let's go with English. Let me see my, yeah, English 1. That's the main channel usually. And I'm pretty sure the moment I shift over to it, just give it a second. You guys are taking a while. Yeah, there you go. I am running for Divine Healer. Vote for me. And that's basically the entirety of what the Silver Needle sect devolves into whenever there's voting for the highest rank. It's constantly flooded with spam, which is why I was on 61. But I'm happy that I got the outfit. I'll probably get the other stuff and then just quit this sect, because there are a bunch of other sects in this game that I kind of want to check out, including the Trickster sect, I believe, and the Trading sect, both of which sound like, and they have very interesting rules. Oh, I'm not gonna apply for Divine Healer. They can compete for that all you want. The only thing I believe that if you get to Divine Healer, right, is well, for one thing, this is already applicable to us, I believe. Yeah, Medical Scholar and Divine Healer, it doesn't matter. You still get like a 50% increase in the charters you can do. But the only thing you get is actually a timed title of sorts. Like, it only lasts for a week, but you have a title over your head that says Divine Healer, and you can see a lot of people are just applying for it over and over again. I'm not gonna bother with it. Eventually people will back down, and then maybe if I come back to Silver Needle, we'll be fine. I'm just happy I got the outfit, because this is the outfit that I've been eyeing from. There were 2 outfits that I've been eyeing from the very start of the game. This is one of them, and the other, I believe, should be in the season shop. Is it in the oh, it is in the season shop. It is green white. Again, a green outfit for very obvious reasons, which I do believe matches with my character quite well. I'm almost to that one too. But anyway, tonight it's really just boss practice again. I feel like that is basically the be all and end all of my Where Winds Meet streams, and we are doing the Ghostmaster. I've gotten the Ghostmaster down on Abyss. I just need to do this without getting hit, and it is a bit tricky because Ghostmaster has one attack. Well, he'll just suddenly come out, and you have to be very on top of it to parry it. It's a very, very quick parry, and on top of that, he's got a bunch of mechanics that can be very annoying. I'll leave the cutscene to play since it's our first time back from the break again. Honestly, I don't even like the OST for Ghostmaster, which is a bit of an odd thing for this game for me. Although I think you all have kind of seen me do this before. Like, it's the umbrella dude, in case anyone's wondering. But this does give me some time to sip on this tea. And hopefully my sipping is not going onto the mic. Yep, he's an open world boss. You gotta defeat him, and then he appears on the challenge list. I've managed to get all of the challenges except for the hitless one. And now we're actually attempting to do that, which is a bit more annoying than you might think. Oh, I'm not even sure whether that counted as a hit, that little Shikigami. But that was a very good phase 1. It's usually phase 2, phase 1 that I have trouble with, but that was a really good phase 1. Phase 2 is okay, he just has a lot of annoying mechanics which can go south really quickly depending on the randomness. Yeah, phase 1. Well, I might have been being a bit too aggressive, and for some odd reason, right? Unlike most of the other bosses, in the case of for Ghostmaster, the cutscene always plays when you restart. Like with all of the other bosses, their cutscenes do not play, and I have to wonder why they changed it for this boss specifically so far, right? It does give me some time to sip on my tea again, which is why I'm keeping it running in between the boss battles, in between the attempts. Oh, I missed. That is unfortunate. Wow, okay. The one move that I'm most confident in, and I just got hit. It's usually the double swipe and the slower umbrella opening that I always get hit by. Okay, did I exit the fight entirely instead of resetting? I did, didn't I? In my haste. Umbrella Hela. I haven't heard that song yet in a very long time. Rihanna's Umbrella. Does anyone even remember that song very fondly? It's catchy, don't get me wrong, but is it genuinely anyone's favorite song? I'm sure there are fans of Rihanna, right? The giant umbrella is a bit of a crap. Because its hitbox is very, very weird. Yeah, around that time, the one thing that I heard about was about the abuse between her and her relationship at the time, who I do not remember for the better, I believe. Yeah, getting a good phase 1 is gonna be challenging. With most of these bosses, I always feel like getting a hitless run always has that one little hiccup to it. And Ghostmaster is no exception. Honestly, the only boss that I've managed to perfect without too much practice is, like, not perfect, right? I'm nowhere near perfect, right? But do a hit. Did I reset again in my? Okay, yeah, I did. Anyway, I guess I'll keep the cutscene running after this just to get some more tea. The one boss that I actually managed to do a hitless run without entirely learning their moveset was the Tao Lord. And for some reason, this boss was... Maybe it's because the challenge was done with... I think the path for this is tank. Yeah, it is tank. And I am very experienced in the Thundercry Blade. Like, the amount of damage the tank weapon can do when charged up is nuts. Tao Lord, well, I guess I could show you, right? I mean, it's a quick challenge, all things considered. Tao Lord is the three kids on top of each other pretending they're one person. It's this guy. I'm pretty sure you all have seen this too. And this is the only boss that I managed to do without practicing too much. Like with other bosses, I usually practice enough that I have a grasp of at least their close range moveset. Because most of the bosses in this game have different moves depending on whether you're staying far or near. Like, I was so confident that I could do that fight without learning the entire moveset that I just went in there and just charged it up. And funny thing is, the tank weapon can actually glitch a mechanic in that fight and completely avoid it. If you time a certain skill on the tank weapon, you can completely avoid the part where they burrow into the ground and then you have to use arrows to shoot them out of it. Insofar as I know, no other weapon can do that. Yeah, the whack-a-mole segment, you can completely avoid that with the tank weapon. Right. Some more tea in. Again. Yeah, parrying the large umbrella is very much a trap. Because there's something wonky with that hitbox where you can get double hit if you're not careful. Like if you're not spamming your parry there, you're very likely to get hit. Oh, I got too greedy. I even knew the pattern and I got too greedy. Well, I guess I might as well practice phase 2 since we're here. Yeah, and this is one of those mechanics that can get annoying real quick too. I found a good strategy for it, though I'm missing that one Shikigami on the other side. Yeah, and this is arguably his most annoying mechanic. You can dodge into them, but these waves, their hitboxes are very wonky. I'm out of stamina. Okay, that's not good. I should not have run there. Okay. Calm down. No, I feel like there is a better AoE for that, but the bell is the one that's easiest to target. Wow, I got hit by that too. I am out of practice for this phase. And when it works well, it works really well. Yeah, if you run here, you're not gonna have enough stamina to dodge everything, so it's just better to avoid running altogether. Unless you really need to. Yep, well, never mind. Excuse you, whack. It's unfortunate that I got whacked, because that would have been a very good phase 1 right there again. Time for some tea. You know what? I can't actually show. You know what? Okay, you know what? Since we are outside here, let me just go outside and show what I think might arguably be a better AoE for the fight. The problem is that its activation is slightly different from what you normally use it, so it's a bit more janky to use. I believe the best skill doing that would be Guardian Palm, right? Which you might not think, is it? Because if you use Guardian Palm normally, this is what it looks like. Pretty small, right? And a reference to Kung Fu Hustle once again, if you are aware of it. But the way Guardian Palm works is that if you are in the air above a certain amount of height, which I can only do by triple jumping, canceling out. Now you can't even do it after triple jumping. The option is not available. So what you have to do is triple jump, slam, and during the slam animation, then you have to use it. Which I'm not too familiar with, as you can see. It's R2, not L2, gotta remember. And then it becomes a giant palm, and I believe this would be the most ideal AoE to use that. But as you can see, I'm not at all familiar with using it that way. I guess you could use this, which would technically just have you bounce off the enemy and do it. But because of that, it's difficult to aim it to all of them at the same time. So what I decided was, you know what? Even if the bell is weaker, because if you look at Guardian Palm, it has 128 physical damage. But no, it's 513% physical damage, but the bell is considerably weaker than that. Like 332. So it's not the best, but we have enough of a damage where it doesn't really make much of a difference. If I can get them all in a straight line cone, it works pretty well and is a lot easier for me to execute. If you were a lot more skilled, I would recommend just using Guardian Palm instead. And with that, we will once again go inside and enjoy the cutscene so that I can take a sip of tea once again. There might be a better AoE in the game, but I have not unlocked it. Like, the problem with doing these bosses as they come along is that there are a lot of skills which you unlock later on, which are very strong in boss fights. Like, incredibly strong. I knew the double slap was coming and I still couldn't. I did it a little too early. Maybe because I knew it was coming. Like the double slap was one of the things that I was most worried about, because initially I thought that it didn't have a tail. It still doesn't in some cases, but it always follows a certain pattern. Like, if the Ghostmaster does the spin to the left, he's gonna follow it up with a double slap. If he does the double slap first, he's gonna follow up with a spin to the right. So you sort of have a pattern on how it's working, but having it come first is very annoying because it is a very quick parry. Thankfully, it's not as annoying as Tian Ying's stab move, because I still don't know whether there's a good way to counter that, a good tell for it. Gonna do it to the right now. This is what I mean by it's a pattern, right? Oh, I was a little too close. There was no way I could have dodged that umbrella. I took the risk, but it was not worth it. We were at the edge of the arena, so he was not moving. Okay. Note to self, do only one strike, you are in an animation lock otherwise. God, greedy. The dual weapons are the one weapon it's very easy for you to get greedy, because a lot of the dual weapon skills can stagger enemies. Like both the L2 square and the L2 triangle, if you can execute them in full, they will stagger an enemy out of their combo. Which is why, although yeah, I feel like that's generally how this weapon is meant to be played too. Because if you go demon mode in dual blades, you are healed for damage as well. Early. You could tell even from that. For that move, you're looking for the little sound effect the portal makes before you're parrying. best way to deal with it is that. Let's get away. The triangle circle prompt is when they stagger, they're in a sort of stun state, right? During that state, you have a few seconds, I guess, to use that prompt, which does a ton of damage. So basically, what I'm doing and what I feel like a lot of players should be doing is you want to use the entirety of that stun state to dish out as much damage as possible and then use that attack at the very last second, because it'll knock him out of the stun and do a ton of damage. Well, let me go in with a bit of poison this time as well, see how that works out. Oh, what? Was it because I was a little too close to the carriage? Did I get pushed to the side? I can see why, right? Oh, come on. Did I somehow I managed to reset this fight each and every time? It's been a while since I've done trials over and over again, so I keep pressing start because I've been doing the casual stuff, and when you want to exit out of the casual stuff, it's usually the start button, not the triangle button. But yeah, as I was saying, I can kind of see why, because it's a period where you can pretty much just annihilate any enemy without them doing anything. Chat distractions working. It's less you guys and more, I feel like, that palanquin over there. Like this was what I was saying before. Like every boss fight has a little something that can really annoy a player, right? In this case, I feel like that palanquin over there, because the boss starts near it, it's very possible for your view to be blocked by it, but it's also possible that you might be moved slightly forward because of the hitbox for that, and that changes the timing of your parry. Like little things. Even if you're on the edge of the arena for the fight, it can get messy. Oh, come on. Not that. I'm messing up the umbrella now. That's... Oh, the poison enhancement actually still stays even if I mess it up. Yeah, okay. I was moving to the right to get away. Sure, why not? Hit me with an age bomb. I doubt I'll be very surprised. Fellowship of the Ring is 25 years today. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That does make me feel slightly older because I tend to rewatch the Lord of the Rings movies at some point every 2 years. I haven't watched it last year, so most likely I'll be watching it this year. I think what I watched last year was The Hobbit because I had never watched the entirety of The Hobbit. I didn't even know there was like a second film that came out. That's how disconnected I am from stuff. But yeah, all our stuff. I'm gonna hit you with another age bomb, Calix. I'm not sure if you keep up with current anime, but there is an ongoing anime called what is it again? Okay, you know what? I'm actually forgetting it. The name as well. That's how old I've gotten. Oh, maybe this is actually a symptom of my fever actually making me forget stuff. Wait, no, I remember it. The name of that anime is called MF Ghost, right? And I didn't really realize what kind of anime it was, but I didn't have anything else to watch, so I just, other than your recommended, mind you, so I just booted up that anime during lunchtime, and I realized that MF Ghost is a sequel to Initial D. Fan base is the greatest villain. So I don't know. I feel like Fellowship of the Ring is one of the best movies out there, right? The whole trilogy, I feel like, is an amazing movie thing. If you haven't watched Initial D, by the way, Initial D was a racing anime that was released in 1995. So realizing that MF Ghost was a sequel to this, yeah, that made me feel very old. Oh wait, Ring of Power. Oh, never mind. Not Fellowship of the Ring, but yes, I've not watched Ring of Power. But yes, now that you mention it, I feel like I heard a lot of people dislike Ring of Power and the current season of Witcher. I have not watched either of them. Like I said, I'm very disconnected from other media that is not video games. Much to my own detriment. I need to expand my horizons a bit more. Yeah, they didn't like it apparently. I'll probably give it a watch, Witcher especially. No, come on, and we went outside again. Maybe not Rings of Power. I feel like The Expanse would take precedence over that. That's pretty much it. You're spelling it perfectly fine. I'm not sure if you've ever seen that when you were younger. They had very few episodes of it on Animax because it was generally targeted at more younger adults, right? A bit of romance and pervy stuff in there. That's why. But it was all about racing. And MF Ghost just came out. The third season came out very recently, and I just realized that it was like a sequel to it because they were referencing characters from the initial D, the initial racing anime. But I feel like a lot of people would know. Well, I will have some brush with the anime because one of the soundtracks for Initial D is sort of a meme. Too slow. I wasn't rewatching it until I finished the current season of MF Ghost. After rewatching it, yeah. Yeah, the currently airing show is MF Ghost, and I went out again. MF Ghost is the sequel to the 1995 Initial D. And that was what was making me old, was what I was saying. Like realizing that it was a sequel to one of the oldest racing animes. Because MF Ghost sort of follows the protege of the protagonist from the first show. It's very interesting too, because the concept of both MF Ghost and Initial D is that the protagonists are racing against much stronger machines, right? They're racing with like 300 horsepower machines versus people with 700 and 500 horsepower, or Lamborghinis and Porsches and everything, right? And how the show frames it is that just because of how well the racers know the track and how to manage their tires and do their drifts, they somehow manage to bridge the gap between the power of the machines. It's a very shonen anime, I guess, in some ways, though it is targeted more towards, again, to the young teens, I would say. Is it not linked? Maybe because it's a third season? Or maybe people were not aware it is a sequel? I'd be very surprised if people were not aware, because it is indeed... Yeah, they even reference the car from the first show. And the character's name is mentioned a lot of times, so yeah, really surprising to hear that. Oh no, not this move. I somehow managed to dodge that one. It doesn't have a good tell at all. That one move. Oh, I thought I got hit, but I didn't. Got very lucky there. Oh. The easiest attack? I got hit by the easiest attack. You know what? Yeah, let's practice. Unfortunate, but it gives me the chance to do this and make sure. Oh, and I only hit 3. Three is fine. It gives us enough time to get rid of this guy. And ingrain these attacks back in. A little too far. I can kind of understand why they wouldn't link it. I feel like I've seen that done in some other anime sites as well. Like, they'll usually link any older sequels or prequels in the very first season. Ow, and avoid mentioning it anywhere else. Okay. Not ideal there. Oh no, if I'm searching up for information on an anime, yeah, probably Mao. But I think if I go to actually watch something, it's gonna be either Crunchyroll or Nine Anime. Crunchyroll has gotten really, really bad these days, so it's more pirating sites now. Going through a time capsule. Uh, oh, I don't usually track anime. That's probably why. Yeah, I only use Mal for information. Or maybe when a new season starts, because that's usually when I'm like, okay, what's coming out that I might be remotely interested in? Though I haven't quite done it for this season yet. Like, I've just been looking at the first episodes and trying them all out for now. I'll probably get Ghostmaster either tonight or tomorrow. Don't feel like Ghostmaster is too difficult to fight. Honestly, after beating Tianjing, I don't feel like many of the bosses so far have been too difficult. Although I hear Wolf Maiden over here is equally hard as Tianjing, or even harder. But I have not run across her yet. I'm guessing she's in one of the mountainous regions, which I have not gone to yet. It's these two. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, analyst is also something. It's usually a Google search for me, right? I'll just be like upcoming anime releases. You can probably hear me clickety clacking on my keyboard. It's usually Mal, which is at the top, but analyst is usually next to it. Oh, they have a new season of Jujutsu Kaisen. That's kind of. Oh, this is. You know what? More than that, I might be more excited for the second season of Free Run and the second season of Jigokuraku. There's even a new season of RE0. Interesting. Hell's Paradise was very interesting for me, right? Jigokuraku, I mean. It was one of those animes which I could not quite understand what was going on until I watched it a second time. Like, initially, you weren't even sure who's sort of, at least until around 5 episodes, you're not quite sure who's the main character because it feels like anyone could die at any moment. I really like their character designs and how the battles were done. It's not my favorite. Those are very locked in. To be honest, among the ongoing, like among the newer animes, the only anime that has like really hooked me is To Your Eternity. Like that is one very interesting anime. Nothing else has come close for me. I did, yes. And I will be doing Death Stranding soon. The problem was that I had a cold during Death Stranding, and so instead of Death Stranding, I decided to go with the easier Kunitsugami, and you can kind of sort of see some Kunitsugami playthroughs that I've done. In the background, I'm also doing Digimon and Silent Hill as well, but Death Stranding is definitely on the list there. The one reason why I have not Death Stranding as well, by the way, is that Code Wing 2 is being released very soon. And I'm like, do I start with Kunitsugami? I'm like, okay, you know what? I don't mind stopping it because I've already gotten to the end and just restarting again. But with Death Stranding, I'd rather just do it in one sitting. At least that was my thought until a friend of mine messaged me and let me know that, hey, Code Wing 2 does not have multiplayer this time. So I might just change my plan back to Death Stranding again. Which is a very odd decision because the original Code Wing functioned very much like a Souls-like. Yeah, no co-op apparently, which is very odd. Like, I'm still gonna play it, right? I'm not as much of a fan of the Code Wing series as I am a fan of the God Eater series, right? I love the God Eater stuff. And even it wasn't too clear initially that God Eater was related to Code Wing in the first game. You kind of figure it out at the very end with a special cutscene, but they are milking the God Eater connection in this second one, and you can kind of tell, right? It's all over there. Well, yeah, you can see that I have God Eater 3, God Eater 2. I have God Eater 1, the revamped one on my PS Vita as well. So I love the God Eater stuff. And it was much, much later that I realized, like at the end of Code Wing, once you got the normal ending, at the very end, they drop in a bombshell of a release where a monster from God Eater just appears at the end of Code Wing, and then everyone's like having that Leonardo meme of pointing at it. Yeah, I do like Freedom Wars as well. I'm surprised it's here though. Is it on my list? It should not be. Yeah, because I have not played Freedom Wars on this console, but I have played Freedom Wars extensively again on the PlayStation Vita when it was first released. I didn't get the remaster. As you can see, it is not in my F list, which is primarily taken over by Final Fantasies, as you can kind of understand. You guys are getting a peek into my gaming habits right there. Yeah, unfortunately, like it was supposed to be the Monster Hunter for PS Vita, but it never panned out. Code Wing is 100% related to God Eater. Okay, you know what? Let me find the first trailer. I'm gonna gush about this for a few seconds, right? Let me see if I can track down the very first Code Wing trailer they released. I think it was the announcement trailer. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna crank up the quality here and then add in a source. So let me go over to this scene because I can't add on sources on that scene. And let's see if I can add in a browser source. I'll add this initially underneath my PlayStation 5. Oh wait, nope, that's not what we need. Is it an application capture? It should be an application, right? Now, all of the bosses in this game are respectful. They will wait for you until you go over to them. Window capture, of course. Let's rename this one browser. There you go. Let me, as you can see, my actual resolution is a bit higher than it is. I'm gonna put this up here and drag it all the way down. Okay, that's 2 down. So that I can actually gush about this. I might not see stream here for a bit, because again, my PlayStation TV is on one monitor. I mean, PlayStation output is on one monitor, and I have only the one screen where I'm looking at this from the browser. So that's right. Also, let me, because I forgot this last time, let me add in an audio capture for the browser so you guys can actually hear the music that's coming from this. I'll temporarily mute the PS5. We'll leave the Ghostmaster hanging there for a bit. And hopefully you all can hear this. So yeah, Code Vein 2 announcement trailer. Hopefully it's not too loud. So these monsters are unique to Code Vein, right? Now even the samurai sword is unique to Code Vein. And I'm gonna temporarily just look at OBS for a bit. Is the trailer? Oh, whoa. Okay, it's muted. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I had to just look over here. Where is that source that I've hidden? Anyway, are you not picking it up? Brave, Code Vein. There we go. Oh, okay. I might need to add in a separate audio for this. Let's go with that. Just re-add this again. Okay, hopefully now the audio is working. Yeah, working just fine.
Time. For some, it heals. For others.
Okay. First things first.
For some,
they hit this a lot during Code Vein 1, but during the start of Code Vein 2, this here right here, I'm not sure if you guys are seeing my move. Probably not, right? You guys are not seeing my mouse, but I'm hovering over his arm here. And if you see the shadow of his arm, this is something your God Eater character does.
it wounds.
In addition to
For our world,
your Code Vein character,
promises
right?
only
And
oblivion.
it kind of gets even higher than that.
Our hopes lost long ago.
The references go even deeper.
But you have the power to change all of this. If time were a weapon to wield, could you undo the sins of ruin? In this time, or maybe the next,
I was waiting
you'll
until we get to the
find
weapons,
how to
right?
save us all.
Can't see chat at the moment, just so you all know. Okay, finally get into the weapons. Samurai Sword, Code Vein exclusive. That's a thing in Code Vein. Also Code Vein, I've not seen that in God Eater. This is a boost hammer. A boost hammer is a weapon that was introduced in God Eater 2, I believe. The claws for Code Vein. Oh wait, is it not the announced trailer? I'm actually showing you guys the completely wrong one. It's the gameplay trailer, right? Story trailer? 2 months ago? It has so many trailers, I'm not even sure. I think it's the story one.
The world from ruin.
My name is... Can't say it here.
Let's go.
No, it's not even
high
this.
time.
Okay, let me take a look at chat real quick. Oh, you okay? Let me lower the audio as well. Good thing I did this too. Real quick, and we can kind of just go through this. You all can check what's in my subscriptions right now. No, not the walkthrough trailer either. Where are you? Is it the release date trailer? It might be this one. Okay, yeah, I do feel like I've seen this character there.
From existence.
Our focus. Our true objective. Current world.
And just so you all know, the setting for Code Vein and God Eater is kind of similar. Well, the exact cause of what's happening in Code Vein is a bit different. It is pretty much a post-apocalyptic world that's been ravaged by entities of a microscopic level that works together to create this one hybrid giant monster.
Current world.
And we have some time shenanigans that are happening. Also, how is the volume here? I'm assuming it's a lot more. Yeah, a blood team was not a thing in God Eater. It's Code Vein exclusive, but the monsters which are coming from microscopic individuals, like very microscopic entities bunching together to create the monsters, that was the thing in God Eater too. But it's only at the end. Like in Code Vein 1, they hit it a lot. It's only at the end where a monster from God Eater disappears in Origami. But here in Code Vein's release date trailer, I hope, they show a lot of references. This is something that you can do in God Eater. This is one of your... In God Eater, what you do is when you're hunting a monster, you can actually chomp down on them to take their powers and use it against them. And this is one of the forms that you can use to bite down on them. And they show this entirely. A lot of these during this trailer. This stance itself is the titular. And it cuts away because I remember pausing this trailer before just to confirm this when they released it the first time. This weapon is the God Eater weapon. Like this giant thing, and the way he even holds it with 2 hands is a God Eater weapon.
It's time I faced my past. Let's go.
So the soundtrack for this is amazing. Yes, there's something about vocals like this that just gets my blood boiling. Another weapon, although Code Vein has its own type of spears, but I do feel like they're taking a bit from God Eater's spear there, but that's just a theory. I don't feel like it's a one-on-one match there.
Today, you'll pay your dues.
This, however, is very much a God Eater weapon, the boost hammer, because having a rocket at the end of the hammer is very much a God Eater thing. So yeah, that was kind of what I wanted to show to you all. Like Code Vein, initially they were hiding this a lot, but this time they are not at all hiding the fact that they are hiding the fact. Okay, you know what? Let me bring back my browser once again, and let's head to YouTube. I'm gonna very quickly Code Vein 1 ending. Oh, there's so many stuff here. Now let's just go with the boss fight database one. Maybe it's secret ending? Okay, I feel like this is where we kind of see it. If you made it to here in Code Wayne and got this at the very end, and you are suffering from my internet connection right now. Wait, no, this doesn't have it here either. So it wasn't part of the secret ending. Okay, let's just do this. Let's wait. Code Wayne 1 God Eater. The people are always, yeah, here we go. The Deus Pita in Code Wayne. This is not the ending part. Okay, wait, this is the ending. Like, you get rid of the mist, people are like, they can escape. And then all of a sudden, this creature appears. This creature is one of the artwork pieces for God Eater 1. The Deus Pita. And it's only at this point where you're like, wait a minute, this is connected to God Eater. So even though there's a video out there saying it's not connected to God Eater, this monster is very much from God Eater. Yeah. It's very much a God Eater thing, as you can see. The artwork for God Eater 1 Resurrection was based on this. Oh, wait. What? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you guys could actually see it. Oh, well, okay. You know what? Let me... Wait a minute. Why did my browser not even show that? Okay, 1 second. 1 second while I very quickly go back to that cutscene. And now let me activate my browser again. Browser, please. I don't know why you're being weird. Okay, there we go. I should be able to I should check chat when I'm doing this stuff. But yeah, this is the ending for Code Wayne, right? You, whatever you do, regardless of what you do, the red mist that's been blocking everyone inside that little area fades, right? And people are like, people are very happy. They're like, okay, I can finally escape. Oh, that no. I closed the browser just thinking that that was the end of what I was going to show. But yeah, as you can see, these guys were trapped in here for so long, and then all of a sudden, at the very end, this creature pops up. And what I was saying is that this, when they remade God Eater 1, this was the key artwork creature in God Eater Resurrection, the Deus Pita. So even though the people are saying there's no connection to God Eater, we have a monster straight from God Eater in this game, in Code Wayne 1 of all things. Like, this was such a moment for me, right? This discovering that it was connected to God Eater. And then you have all these references in God Eater to, yeah, as I was saying, it was straight from the main box art itself, the Deus Pita. And now I can finally close the browser and we can go back. No, it's not cut content at all. Originally, when God Eater first released on the PSP, It did not have that monster. There was another monster in there. But when they made the remake or the re-release, I guess, called Resurrection, they changed it so that the key figure was a Diaspida, which is the nemesis monster, sort of, because Diaspida has a sort of semi-intelligence when compared to the other Aragami, right? To one of the main characters in the game. And I do believe if you watch the God Eater anime, it revolves around the first arc of the PSP game or the PS Vita game, depending on which you're playing. There is another story arc after that, but I don't believe it was animated. Like God Eater is also one of those games which it really, really surprised me. Like most of the time in Monster Hunter games, your character does not talk. And I'm probably spoiling a huge moment for a lot of people out there. And for 99% of the game, your main character in whichever character you created in God Eater will not talk. But at the very end of the story, they have one last scene which is very well voiced, where they have a hero moment, and that sent literal chills down my son's spine. And I have been a fan of God Eater ever since. They've never done it ever again in the same manner, like in the same height. But yeah, there is a lot of stuff that is connected to God Eater, and I feel like Code Vein 2 is sort of bringing that to the forefront, and we kind of understand why it's connected now, because Code Vein 2 is very much going into time shenanigans, right? So it might not be the same world, but we are entering the world of God Eater in some sense. Anyhow, tangent aside, because I've gotten completely lost in it. So let me do a very quick message to my younger sibling here. Let's get back to Ghostmaster, who has been patiently waiting. I've been wasting his time. Who has been patiently waiting for me to stop fanboying about God Eater and Code Vein for a bit. It was definitely, I feel like that's the first game ever where I had that happen, right? I know that a few of the other games, the anime games of late, especially Withering Waves, I believe, does it a lot. And Genshin. Even Genshin had a moment where the entire Mondstadt arc, whichever character you chose was not speaking, but then they suddenly voiced it and was like, you had a moment where wait a minute, you speak Traveler? Or you speak Rover? That kind of moment. But for me, that moment was established way, way back on the PSP with God Eater. Yeah, I know that compared to Monster Hunter, it is not as popular a game. So, forgetting that my PlayStation's audio is gone. Now it should be back. Let's get back into Ghostmaster once again. Oh wow, you actually lost your balance really quickly. The umbrella. I do not have a specific one set up for the browser, but I feel like what you are, I'm sort of getting where you're going. I should set up a scene specifically where I am just chatting with you guys and I'm going over a browser, because I feel like I've been doing it a lot more. I've never had too much of a reason to do it until you guys started chatting a lot more. But yeah, I need most scenes like that just so that I can fanboy over the games I like. But anyway, we got very off tangent there. The whole reason why I did not do Death Stranding was because God Eater was coming out. I mean, not God Eater, Code Vein was coming out. So at this point, it's essentially God Eater for me. Doesn't really matter what anyone else says. Believe it or not, I was actually thinking of making Gladiator incoming. I was thinking of making a scene like that a very long time ago. I was thinking that I'd draw up like a small tower, like a wizard's tower, and then I'd have like a magical portal, which will be the browser scene, but I've never gotten around to doing it. But yeah, I think I messed up something in the transition there by knocking me off balance. Honestly, the one move in phase 2 that I'll have to be really watching out for is the one where he teleports suddenly, because that is another fast acting move. But I feel like we got a very good pattern for phase 1 right here. I might even go out and auto-activate my poison so that I don't have to activate it in the middle of battle always. I'd be, just seeing you say that God Eater incoming, I'm 100% sure. Even if it's not directly connected to a lot of the God Eater stuff, it will be having a lot of references. I see so much in those trailers, I'm just giddy with excitement. The only thing that's dampened my excitement for the game is the fact that you can't play it on multiplayer. Because I know a lot of friends who are not fans of God Eater, but are fans of Code Vein or Souls games, who were more than willing to just jump in, but now they're like, okay, now I have very little reason to actually get it. Nope. Trying a different tactic where I delay the flame after the first attack, but I feel like it's not working as well. Probably just keep going as we were before. Relying on the poison to get that early stagger. We're almost there, but I need to be a lot more aggressive if I want to do it before he has that second chance to attack. probably gotten a lot more damage out there if I didn't accidentally activate the stun attack. But that's fine. We already got hit, so it kind of doesn't matter. I'm just practicing phase 2. I'll need to get better at dodging these lilies and timing his big burst there and the attack afterwards. Nope. You know what? Let me very quickly pause because I hear someone at the door. Be right back. Alright, and back. Sorry for the delay. Let me hide a few of my audio meters here because we have a bunch of stuff that I don't use now. Hide. Yeah, sorry, that took a bit of time because let's just say my younger sibling got into a fight with a roach and I had to intervene. The unfortunate consequence of living so close to a construction company is that if you open the door, many things might fly into it. Okay, you know what? Let me very quickly exit out. What I want to do is activate my auto activate divine craft thing, right? So is chat a little too big right now? Let me move over to this scene so that I can adjust it ever so slightly. There we go. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is head over to settings, and I feel like I do this each and every time while I'm trying to get a no-hit run, and auto use divine craft to enable. This will mean that whatever poison that I have will be automatically used during battle, and I don't have to press up to immediately use it, which is godsend when you're trying to do no hits. And poison has very much been the best divine craft for me, at least. I feel like fire might be better as well, especially since you unlock the divine craft menu. It seems fire is focused on increasing the damage itself. I played Armored Core 4 Answer, the original Armored Core back on PS1, and the latest one, Fires of Rubicon. So not too extensive a history, but okay, Kelly, you mentioned a feeling old moment, right? There's a boss in the latest Armored Core where I genuinely had a moment where it was like, am I too old to beat this boss? Because that boss is so fast, I could not keep up with her at all. No other From Software game has made me question myself as much as Fires of Rubicon. The first Armored Core is definitely an experience. For Answer is a very different game. It feels like they, instead of the usual conflict between all the various companies and factions, it was more action based. One I feel like is closer to Fires of Rubicon, because like Fires of Rubicon, it tends to hide a lot of the story, I guess in very From Software fashion, in between the lines, right? So depending on your choices you were making, you're going to get a very different gameplay experience. But I don't feel like one would hold very well these days, because I remember it having the weird Resident Evil controls, or it was even more weirder than that. Like it was tank controls but on a higher scale, so I feel like a lot of people are not gonna like it. Yeah, Fires of Rubicon though, incredible. Really. Don't tell me you are actually thinking of trying out the Armored Core series. I feel like it's a good series. Like in From's catalog, the standouts really are Armored Core, the Echo Knight series, at least for me, right? And of course the Soul series, right? Oh no, not the Soul series. What I meant to say was the Kingsfield series. I'm losing my pace here. Armored Core, the Fires of Rubicon was a huge upgrade from their older games. And unlike most action games, I feel like well, this applies to most of the Armored Cores, I believe. It's essentially a puzzle game in a sense, right? You're trying to figure out the best combination of equipment or parts you should be going into into a battle, because if that pretty much makes or breaks a mission. If you go in with a loadout that's optimally suited for that mission, you will annihilate everything. But if you are trying to go in guns blazing with whatever thing you think is gonna work best, you're gonna have a very hard time. Now, all this talking is making me forget my usual rotation at the start here. Yeah, I'm even getting hit up by the first attack. It's working. Yeah, I can get distracted very easily, but I'm not too worried about maxing out on this fight. Because this is more or less a matter of time. And Ghostmaster is definitely not one of the harder bosses in the game. Maybe the first time you come across and he's just beating you black and blue, which is pretty much a theme for a lot of the bosses in this game, but overall, I feel like he's very simplistic in both phases. He's just very mechanically annoying, is what I would say. Like, he has mechanics where you just have to run around for a bit instead of attacking himself, whether it is Shikigami or just the red lilies floating about. Even in phase 1, when he floats up into the air, you can deplete his entire chi gauge, but because he's in the air, he's not going to be knocked out of it. Like, stuff like that. Wow. In my confidence, in my hubris, I did not step back when I saw the umbrella. I was like, it's not gonna reach me here. And then at the very end, he pokes it slightly forward. But that's a good movement. That movement is actually from changing to the rope dart after you're in the dual blades. It's a backstep. I should really be using it as it is. I am inevitable. Yeah, there were like I said, there are very few bosses in games where I feel like if I tried over and over again, I would eventually just not crack them. And again, one of those bosses was the boss in Armored Core Fires of Rubicon. I am forgetting the name. It's actually it's been so long since I played Fires of Rubicon, I'm not remembering the names of any of the characters. It's the entity that's inside your head. Well, I don't even know what to call it. Like, at the time, people were like calling it your waifu. But let me look this up real quick. If you played it recently, you probably have an idea of who I'm talking about. Armored Core, Chapter 6, not Chapter 6. It's a bit earlier than that. Not Steel Haze. Steel Haze is your rival. Yeah, IB01 Cell 240. That is the boss. I have not met a boss recently that has made me question whether I could defeat them at all. And I'm not even talking about not getting a no-hit or a perfect run. Just defeat them. IB Cell 240 really, really did that to me. No, not the Dyson Spear one. It's a boss that you come across much later. The entity in your head, Ire, I believe she's called. It's an experimental entity like that. It's basically a frame that's been overtaken by the coral convergence, the energy matter that is supposedly sentient in that game. And it is extremely, extremely fast. At the time, there weren't so many guides for it too, so I was trying to figure out a good build for that fight, and I felt like I didn't have any against it. Cell 240, definitely my worst boss. Oh, what? Okay, come on. If I even turn around for a second there, get hit. I have to just face it head on. Hey, it's you as in the main character, Ire. I mean, the entity in your head. Yeah, it kind of is, though. Depending on one of the endings you get, you actually do have an Ire fight. Because if you go down the route of annihilating the Coral Convergence, Ire will be fighting against you in the final boss fight. And I think her unit was called Soul. S-O-L. An equally difficult fight. The final bosses for that game are all equally difficult, but Cell 240 was the one that really took it for me. Like, I had a genuine moment of like, am I too old for this type of video game? Okay, I guess I was a bit slower there. Just docked me with the 1-2. Oh, the flame breath missed. I hate it when that happens. No, that's ideal. Yeah, see that there was another thing that happens when you're near the palanquin, right? Normally you're not knocked back enough where the invincibility from the knockback is enough that you avoid. There's a hitbox on the Ghostmaster's hand, but if you're near the palanquin, somehow, because the palanquin is blocking your move, but you end up in the hitbox of that hand. It's a very rare thing that happens, but it does happen. And it always surprises me when it does. Like little things like that. Too early. That one was on me. Like this attack, for example, right? It's an annoying mechanic. He's already depleted, but because he's in the air, nothing's happening. And he seems to have some sort of invincibility when he comes back down to the ground. It's stuff like that that makes Ghostmaster a bit more annoying than the other bosses. He's not difficult, just has a tendency of dragging on the boss fight. And to an extent, I feel like that's the case with a lot of the bosses. And even in Ghost of Yotei, I kind of felt like that was a thing. Like in Yotei, the bosses stagger won't activate until they hit a sort of a cutscene or a dialogue trigger of sorts. It will only go down after it's activated. Now I'm getting way too sloppy. Okay, you know what? I am getting sloppy, because ideally I should have been in dual blades by the time Ghostmaster did that attack. Interesting that I'm starting in the other weapon, because usually we start in the dual blades. Oh, you blocked. Blocked the flame. You really want to put on the flame dot because it is a lot of damage. And missing it is not ideal. Okay, now we're on a proper setup. We're not in rope dart at the start. Really? The flame missed again? Kind of funny what just happened. Normally he'd disappear and then just dash at you from behind. But because he was on fire, his T gauge ran out. And he just dropped out from the invincibility. other Shikigami just disappeared. Weird. Let's not be too sloppy here with my... No, I was sloppy. Ah, that was such a good run too. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure because I play mostly on console, but my understanding is that VSync is generally worse to have. Like a lot of the games I played, I feel like many people have recommended just switch off VSync, which kind of doesn't make sense, right? Because what VSync technically does is it's supposed to prevent the frame tearing. Like my understanding, right, again, because as a console player, is that somehow VSync matches your frame rate with the monitor refresh rate. So let's say if my monitor is 90 hertz and your game is running at 120, it matches it up to 90 hertz. So that should technically prevent screen tearing. So you have a smoother experience. But if you feel like that VSync is making it worse, I've seen a lot of people recommend just switch it off because it makes it a lot better. But if you really, really want my opinion, I'd say to ask someone a lot more experience with computer graphics, because I am very much a console peasant. It is to get rid of the tears, but because of how it matches up, it almost always drops your frames if your game can run on, let's say, 120 FPS, right? And it lowers that. It might make it less smooth. Honestly, if your screen is not tearing, you have no reason to use it, is how I always thought of it. Like, if your screen is tearing, it's probably a better option, right? But if it's not tearing, why use it? Just stay with the higher frames. The first attack missed? I might have been a little too far. Oh, it's the first thing. There are a couple of games where I've played and people are like, always turn off VSync. Where Winds Meet is one of those games, because I played this a bit on PC just so that I could check something by timing my inputs. This is not going to activate right now because I'm on PlayStation, right? But when I played on PC, I had this hooked up so that I could take a look at how my parry timings were working, because I've one of the things that I felt in this game very early on was that you need to do your parries very early, and that's pretty much proven at this point, right? But when I was playing Where Winds Meet, I was having trouble with the frames, and a lot of people recommended like just turn off VSync. But again, I am not an expert on anything computer gaming, right? Apart from Final Fantasy 14, I don't usually play any games on PC. Okay, wait. Apart from Final Fantasy 14 and Rising, I don't play anything on PC too much. Like if I'm playing on PC, it's usually to join others on multiplayer games that are blocked by PSN Plus or something. Rope dart first. Oh wow, I actually managed to knock you into a stun state before you go up. Too early. Okay, I need to test something. I need to check something before we begin. There's something in the dual blade moveset that I don't understand that I'm activating now and then. When I do this. Yeah. If I delay, there's another type. Is that just normal? No, it's not. It's a okay, I never knew this. I just realized this. I've seen it happen a few times, but I never quite took note of it until just a moment ago. It's a timing thing. Like, if I keep spamming the triangle button, the character just does that one slash. But if I time it for the flash, it's a double slash. Okay, I need to go on and check this. You can tell that I don't usually go with dual blades. Like, I go with the tank weapon in this game, which is the Mo blade, the heavy weapon. But when I'm doing the challenges, I go the recommended route, and the game is kind enough to provide me with the weapons. But I want to see what's happening here. Like, this is my usual setup on PvE. The tank blade and the healing fan. Now, if we go over to my dual blades, you'll see that it's level 1, 2. That's how little I play it. But what I want to do is actually take a look at its martial arts. Upon retrieving the blade, you enter Enlighten. Well, in this state, using the special skill triggers 2 wide range slashes instead. Ah, okay, so it is really a timing thing. There's nothing additional to it. It's just it does more damage at the end, I guess. 2 slashes versus 1. Usually they give like damage numbers, but they don't have this here for some odd reason. Kind of an odd thing to place in the middle of the one weapon that's like attack, attack, attack. But I'll try to use it because I feel like it does a lot more. Yeah, it's considerable actually. ahead. So give me a second. Well, I'll be right back. Gonna get some water. Right, again, sorry that I'm running off so much. Beyond midnight, everyone just comes home, and I just usually go and talk with them before I dial down. And usually I'd be going to sleep at this time myself, but tomorrow is a holiday for us. So yeah, gonna keep trying Ghostmaster. I feel like it is inevitable. We're gonna get it. Oh, let me just keep the cutscene while I finish off the rest of this tea that is actually lukewarm now. The ginger is still good though, for the throat. So I can't be the only one who thinks it's weirdly appropriate to be wearing the Silver Needle attire for this boss fight. I somehow find it oddly matching. Like a mirror rival match of swords. Oh, I'm getting my pattern. So why do I have two special red attacks available there for some reason? Instead of trying to parry the umbrella, it's safer to just move away there. The extra damage from dual blades is kind of making a huge difference there. I missed the timing. I got a little anxious because the lock-on was sort of wacky there. Kind of a shame I'm messing this up in second phase. Oh, bad management here. Yeah. I needed to jump up almost immediately there. It's like a beat, and I need a bit of luck. Probably gonna be wasting all my poison collection on this fight. Oh, was I a little too slow there? I should have been able to do that attack. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm slowing down. The later it goes into the night, the slower I become, unfortunately. need you. Oh, that was a very good run. If I gotten that hit, it would have been a clincher to just doing the fight without getting hit. Oh, it just happens sometimes. Again, there are a lot of things that can happen that can go very weird in this fight, especially if you're fighting on the edge. And that was just one of those instances where he just teleported behind it. Once I got hit there the first time, I just lost all motivation. It's not a difficult parry to do, just a very easy one to make a mistake on, which I suppose is a trend for all of the parries in this game. Again. Kind of wish that palanquin could be movable like in the multiplayer version. The multiplayer version actually has a mechanic where you have to move those around, because he'll teleport into them and become invincible. I am baiting myself, thinking he might attack real soon. He's got a very set pattern. I did the triangle move and I thought he might retaliate to that, because there are some bosses which will retaliate a lot quicker if you attack them, but he's not one of them. Okay, you know what? Let me very quickly change up my divine. I've been using poison, and which is ideal for getting him down, but I feel like with his mechanics locking him into position, or phases more or less, poison might not be the way to go. I am not sure how my Divine Craft Fire is. At the same level, it doesn't really matter, and I can't upgrade these until I hit level 60 and break through, which I'm not going to do for a while. So instead of using poison, let us use fire instead. I don't have as much fire as I have poison though. Poison, I feel like, is definitely the better way to do it, right? These are all viable tactics because these are just additions to your weapon, right? You coach your weapon in either fire, water or poison. Fire, I believe, is the damage type. Water is for those enemies. I've been assuming it's for those enemies that are shielded. And poison is specifically chi. It's not very clear until you get to level 56 and you unlock this, at which point it sort of gives you an idea of what's happening. Consume fire oil to increase HP damage by 1.2% and apply burn, right? So fire is increasing HP damage. And once you unlock this, each hit you do does an additional explosion. Water increases HP damage dealt by 0.7%. It's not as high as fire. Fire is 1.2. But it increases the damage to people who are shielded, right? And it applies an effect called stagnate, which reduces the damage you take. Meanwhile, poison does less HP damage, but it applies more damage to the stagger gauge, to the chi gauge. So I've been assuming that HP, fire is for HP, poison is for stagger, and water is for defense, more or less. At least from that. Now, I can get Ghostmaster's chi down pretty quickly, but the problem is if he's stuck in a mechanic, he's not going to stagger, so why not just reduce his HP in the meantime, right? Which is why we'll be applying fire instead. Did the double slap again. I feel like if that happened, that would have been a little too close to Ghost of Yote, and people might have raised a few eyebrows. Actually, I'm not even sure, because I haven't played the multiplayer fight for this boss, so maybe the tree does catch fire in the multiplayer version. I can't quite say. Because again, the palanquin here is not movable when you're doing the solo version. But on the multiplayer version, the palanquin is a mechanic that you have to deal with. You have to move it around. Doesn't feel like it's making too much of a difference, fire. I mean, I guess it makes sense since it's only like 1.2%. The one frame where I couldn't see the attack coming and I couldn't parry it. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's making too much of it. I guess it adds up over time. And not directly in the fight itself. Not in first phase, at least. Yeah, it does add up. Because normally I'd be using my special attack to knock him out as soon as I can. But this time I didn't need to. We were almost at the phase 2 HP threshold. I wonder if I can push him into it. I don't have as much fire though, so can't use it as recklessly. If you're going for a speed kill, maybe fire might be the better way to go. And you slap me. Especially if you can push the boss into the other phase very quickly. The fire effect is still on. I got too greedy. I was hoping I could just stagger him. But the dual blades are not a weapon that does a lot of stagger. It does a lot of damage, but not too much stagger, so I can't be too aggressive like I am on the tank weapon. No, never mind. I was already on cooldown. Didn't realize. I was pressing the button and wondering why nothing was happening. Interesting. Very interesting. Because of fire, it is technically possible for me to just whittle him down to next phase HP and then use the stun to take a chunk of damage to take a chunk of health from his second phase health bar. Which would make the fight shorter and less room for error on our end. Might not even have to deal with the spider lilies. Might. Can't entirely be sure. Got too greedy. Was hoping the slash would knock him into the stuff. You gotta remember, always, dual blades don't rely on staggering enemies. Just parry. It's less of a problem that way. Oh, it was a slow one. Even the slow one can be defended very quickly if you're inside the boss's hitbox. I might have been a little too far away. Nope. Don't think, feel. Okay, think a bit as well. Don't only feel. Okay, why am I missing that one? Am I doing it a bit late now? Feels a bit of a waste if I'm getting rid of all my fire stacks from just missing these. Fire shouldn't be too hard to farm, though I've never quite thought of farming fire as opposed to poison. Wow, okay. It's very likely he's gonna do the slow after that always, so might as well keep that in mind. And slow down on my parry timing. Slowing down now. Didn't think into. Like my reactions are slowing down. Gotta concentrate a bit more while I can still stay awake. Because I really just want to get this fight done tonight. Right. Don't forget. If he does the spin, it's gonna be the double slap later. If he does the double slap first, it's gonna be the spin, so you can't be too aggressive. You got me in the weapon switch. Funny thing is, I always end up getting stuck in phase 1. Yeah, I'm really getting stuck in phase 1 now. It might be better to use Demon there just to push his HP to the next threshold. No, I hesitated because I wasn't sure whether the flames code on. I looked up at the debuff during the middle of the battle and that got me hit. Weird stuff that just happens. Oh my, I lost track of the one umbrella. Was that even on screen? I felt like it wasn't. I guess I could have just parried it out of habit, but I couldn't see it and I hesitated again. See, these are the things that happen once I go past midnight. I mean, I know we're all, well, I'm technically blaming the fact that I'm getting sleepy on the fact that I'm not getting this right. But the truth is, it's all skill at the end of the day. And I'm just not delivering. Can't do that attack in the middle. Have to be careful. It's animation locked. Hey Polo. Nothing much. Just trying to beat the Ghostmaster at his own game. And failing horribly, for that matter. Well, I've technically beaten the Ghostmaster. I'm trying to do it without getting hit. Also, hey, Miss Anarch, I just realized you raided me. I didn't even quite get it until... and I've accidentally moved out of the fight. Thank you for the raid, Miss AK. But yeah, for anyone who's joining me, I'm playing Where Winds Meet, if that hasn't been too obvious, and I'm trying to defeat this one boss without getting hit, and he is proving to be quite a challenge, even though I don't feel like he's too difficult a boss fight. How has everyone been? I'm assuming that you've all come from another Where Winds Meet. Yep, the Ghostmaster. I love this cutscene, by the way. It's the one, except for the fact that we're on console and the textures are horrible. But I love the fact that your character gets a little limelight in the cutscene itself. Are you still trying to defeat John K, Miss Anarchic? Because I haven't gotten to him yet, and I feel like he would be more of a challenge than Ghostmaster. Ghostmaster is not so difficult per se. It's just he has a few attacks that can catch you if you're trying to do a no-hit, which is technically what I'm trying to do here. I might not be too chatty for those of you who are joining me. And once again, thanks a lot for the ring. Oh, the other one, right? You know what? Was it the social butterfly one or the winds of winter one? You get it, you get it. I thought you had a very clean phase 1 before I left for work the other day. If there's one thing I can tell anyone who's watching Miss AK, or my own stream for that matter, is that we'll chip away at something until we are very confident we're gonna get it. Which is technically what we're doing right now. And I forgot to do the setup there. I always go for intoxication first. Oh, okay. The typing mausoleum, the path challenges. That is one thing I have never done. I think you kind of need to be at a very high level. And as you guys can see, my level, well, maybe not right now. Can I even bring up my level? Well, maybe let me just go out very quickly. Thank you for the follow, Polo. I really should get around to actually setting up raid alerts and follow alerts. You can tell how little I've invested in the channel, unfortunately, except for my avatar over here. But yeah, as you guys can see, I'm still level 60. I like to lock myself a lot to a certain level until I'm happy, because right now I'll probably not be moving on until I get the max upgrades for this, just so that I can have a max what is it, arsenal, right? Yeah, the max arsenal. And my goose level is 1.373. It's from all the upgrades, it's from all the tuning. That's actually quite a long way away, believe it or not. It takes a while to increase your power, but yeah, it's because of that I am very low level and probably having a lot easier of a time than people who are on levels 75, which is the max at the moment. And yeah, this I have not done a single thing. Because you need to do foundation trials for this, I believe. And I am still on... After I broke to 51, that's where I've been at. Exactly, that's why. Like, you should be at least finish this entire thing. And I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna sit here and finish this off before I go. Yeah, I feel like once I get to 70 or 75, I would want to increase my power because I have not done any of the multiplayer stuff. And I kind of want to do that. When you said season events, I was really thinking of this one. The Verse of Winter one, but I do believe you have only like 1 hour for it, because that's the one that's running out. And maybe we'll get new outfits after that. But yeah, back to the Ghostmaster. Hopefully you all will be entertained by my suffering now that you've seen Miss Anarchy suffer enough for it on her end. Unfortunately, I'm not much of a reactor, so it might not be as entertaining. I'll definitely not be singing "I'm Blue Dabba Diba" in the middle of a fight, that's for sure. Oh, I didn't get the stun. This is unfortunate. It's gonna avoid this one. It annoys me to no end. I missed one. I missed two. The one attack that you have to be very careful for is this one. Because the activation time for that is very quick. So the moment you see the red, you better be pressing the parry or you're never gonna make it. There are two attacks in this fight that I feel like are very challenging. The first is the little double slap he does with the umbrella, because that comes out very quickly, but I discovered that there's always a pattern to it, right? If he's doing the double slap first, he's gonna follow up with the right spin. And if he's doing the left spin first, he's gonna follow up with a double slap. So it's sort of a pattern, but for second phase, I think so, because you know what, there's a bit of confusion here. At first I thought it was a woman as well, but then the way he laughs, the laugh, it feels very masculine, right? No, let's just call him Ghostmaster and call it Ghostmaster. And I forgot to do the setup. I was talking to another friend of mine on stream earlier, and I was basically saying, I feel like I can get the boss down. It's just a matter of time, but I keep making mistakes. It's a bit late over here, and I still have a bit of fever from New Year. Need that one lucky run to get it. It's a red attack again. At this point, I should be recognizing that as a pattern too, and I accidentally exclaim. Oh, no worries, Mr. Arnaki, and thank you for dropping by as usual. Hope you have a good evening as well. Yeah, it's for those of you who are a bit confused. It's almost 1 a.m. over here. I am 3 hours ahead for most people, and again, if you're confused as to where I am in the middle of nowhere, more or less. I'm in the middle of the Indian Ocean, in a little collection of islands called the Maldives, so that's where I'm streaming from. And as I was saying before, I caught a bit of a fever at New Year's. We had a huge food festival of sorts, and even though I was not directly part of the festival, I did not partake in the festivities. I was part of the crowd that was helping set up the stalls. So unfortunately, I feel like I might have caught a bit of a flu from there. It's either that or a co-worker of mine put another triary, right? During that time, our whole office area was covered in this weird haze. And usually I'm very on top of wearing masks whenever something weird is going around. But that day it came out of nowhere. So I either got sick from that haze or from participating in the setup activities for the festival. There weren't as many people as the actual event itself, but it was still quite a bit of people there. And unfortunately, I take a very long time to recover from any sort of sickness. I've had this for almost a week. You'd think I would have gotten this from partying, but unfortunately I got it from the opposite. I got it from working. Oh, should have done the spin first. There we go. Oh, did I get? I did get hit. That was confusing. For a second there, I just thought I got the parry, but then the HP went as well. I'm being a little more aggressive now. Better to just play it defensively, right? Just for that no hit. I say as I keep attacking. What's the other part of that combo? Oh, okay, that's a very different pattern. And that move is very difficult to dodge. I just got very lucky. Extremely lucky. Or maybe not. Considering that I got hit by that follow-up attack. The move where he disappears for, I do not know a tell for it. I looked at it from footage itself. I think the tell is that when he's about to attack you, he is not there on screen. In that attack, he can attack you from the first, anywhere from the first to the fourth one. When he appears, he can just come out and grab you in the chokehold. And it happens very, very quickly. I've seen some people say that it has a sound tell. The swoosh sound is a sound tell, and I feel like that's the case, but it's so quick. And there is a bit of random variability for that, because if you dodge to an odd angle, there's a very high chance that his tracking will still get you. Ideally, if you're trying to get this fight with a no-hit, you'd never want to see that attack. Like, just burst him down as quick as you can and avoid it. Yeah, this is the pattern I'm most used for. Like, having him go to the gold attack there was a huge surprise for me. I've not seen him do that at all during this entire night. I was hoping we could do a lot of damage, but that's not the case. The HP is docked. Oof. For a second there, I was happy. I was happy that we gotten the first attack in that combo string, because the others have a pretty good tell. The first attack is you just have to react really quickly. The second attack, it's when you see the little particles coming out, and the final attack, you just have to wait after all the particles disappear for like a split second. But then I bumbled that one up. Like, we need to get all our phase 2 moves in order if we're ever gonna get the no-hit. Don't like that he's kind of stuck on the palanquin as well. Makes things a bit odd. Sorry guys, give me a second while I get rid of this clog in my nose. I shall mute momentarily. Alright, back. The problem with having a fever, it's not even the fact that you have the fever, it's the fact that you can't stream with a good voice and your nose is getting blocked constantly. I had a cup of ginger tea here, and it's nothing fancy, just so you all know. It's just one of those ready-made sachet ones. But even that's gone, and I completely forgot about the fact that my notifications are on. Did you just miss me? Okay, well, you didn't mess that one. Now, little things in the fight always throw me off. That has happened before, though. I feel like when you are doing the flame breath attack, your character's hitbox is surprisingly good for this game. I don't mean that as an insult to anyone who likes Werewolf's Meat. It's just that when you are doing the flame breath, you are slightly crouched, and attacks can miss you. Just takes me by surprise when it does happen, though. Let's just reset. Make sure we have enough energy before we go in. Right, once more. Wait, I'm still intoxicated? I do have the intoxicated buff. Okay, now you're getting too greedy, Mikh'a. Play a little more defensively if you're trying to do a no-hit. Note to self. Never mind. You know, maybe a good night's rest is all I need for this. Just get some sleep and my mind will organize all these things together. You know what, I'm gonna keep trying for, let's say, 30 more minutes, because I really want to get this fight down and explore the rest of Kai Feng. Otherwise, at the pace I've been going, I'll be stuck on this game for eternity. Now that I know your HP doesn't go beyond that too much, I'm just gonna push you into the second phase and just get some phase 2 practice, even if we got hit. Yeah, no point in getting a perfect phase 1 if I'm messing these up. come on. Yeah, I definitely need the phase 2 practice more. Ow. Here I was very confident in my phase 2, but spending all that time in phase 1 seems to have messed it up completely. This is a very bad angle to be at. This 1, 2, 3. Yep, okay. It's really bad at an angle. Yeah. If I am to get a no-hit in this fight, it has to be after learning that one move, because that is the one move that's been getting me all this time on phase 2. Set up again, spin first, intoxicate, and in we go. I was about to say, I feel like I have phase 1 down to a science, and then I just got hit by the umbrella and all my confidence just melted away. Phase 2 I'll probably continue just for the practice. Phase 1 we'll restart because I feel like at this point, you know, this always happens to me. I think to myself, I'm gonna have a very easy time now hitting this boss. And somehow, the boss in Where Winds Meet will always surprise me. In the case of Ghostmaster, I feel like it's entirely my fault too, because none of Ghostmaster's actual physical moves are all that complex. And that is a double tap. Even though it looks like you have time for it, you really don't. You need to be pressing twice, otherwise you're gonna get hit. My mind is falling asleep. I'm gonna blame that. Not my skill. Well, okay. Little things in the fight, right? Normally, that much of an offense would have been enough to deplete his chi gauge, but I feel like he has a bit of super armor on his stagger there after he does that one move. It's very weird. And it's not the first boss that has been the case. Like, all of the bosses have little tendencies that you need to pick up. Very good damage. He has a smidgen of chi here, and you'd think just being on the offensive is enough to actually push him over, but he's just stuck there. It's usually better to just defend against the one attack there, and I always feel like once he dives down, he's gonna do the slow umbrella spin. Unfortunately, I've been baited by that one way too many times to count. Like, I know I should be parrying slow there, but I end up doing a fast parry almost always. Got very lucky there. Well, too close for comfort. If you're wondering, that giant umbrella is parryable, but the hitboxes for that is a little weird. Sometimes it'll be like 2 attacks, sometimes it'll be like 3 attacks. If you want to parry it, you can, just be sure to spam it constantly. I apologize for any of one of you here thinking that I'll probably be getting it really soon. Oh, okay. It must have been directly under that. Those flowers are sort of another tricky mechanic. Even though it looks like you have enough time, you have to if you're parrying that one, you have to parry very early. And I do feel like if you are directly under that, the timing for that slightly changes. It's almost like it's hitting you a lot faster than you think it is. back away slightly. You know what? Let's just practice. I need it for this phase, so the more practice we get in, the better we'll do. Except for this, I could really just avoid this. Not a fun mechanic. It would have been a bit more fun if you had more offensive opportunities, but just staying in the back and jumping. You can dodge into the waves, but the hitbox is just weird. I do not have endurance for them. And it's a repeat from that. This is what I meant by I don't feel like the Ghostmaster is too, or at least it's not supposed to be too difficult to fight, because he has very few moves each and every time. So I just need to get a lot more used to the one where he's disappearing. That is a good time, though. I didn't even realize I was doing such a good time. And yeah, for the Shikigami ads that he's bringing, ideally, if you're good enough, I suppose you can use Guardian Palm, which is a better AoE. I'm using the bell because I have trouble aiming the Guardian Palm. So if you are very practiced with using the Guardian Palm, which I feel like you should be, since it's a very high damaging move. Move away. Too early. Practice. Ads. Yeah, it is the red attack that I need to be like very careful for. And that one. Honestly, if you wanted to dodge, just dodge right into it. It is a very lenient dodge, but you kind of need endurance at the very end to avoid the large attack, so I feel like it's better to just hang in the back. Once you see him crouching, just triple jump and head towards him. I'm losing the timer for that too. That is a 1, 1, 2, and a 1. And repeat. Now you guys actually move this time. An easier spread. Off by 2 seconds. I'm happy we're getting a shorter time, but the truth of the matter is speedrunners for this game are crazy. I've seen times at 30 seconds and 40 seconds for some of these fights, and I'm sitting here wondering how in the world are you guys doing in this? And surprisingly, there is one speedrunner for a lot of these fights that has put up their POE on YouTube called Ding Ding Jank. Funny name, I know, but yes, he's just incredibly talented in how he's playing the game. And if you want tips, good creator to follow. Once more into the breach. I'm probably gonna get stuck on phase 1 again, aren't I? Yep. It does feel like that's the case. Oh, the weapon was already changed. Hesitated. I was like, should I go on the offensive or not? And I did, and he just slapped me. It feels funnier when it's the double slap. Not as funny when it's the normal combo. The double slap I'm okay with. It generally feels like I'm just going to, like, you know, it feels like I'm in a street fight with him and I'm just going at him with my fists held up high, about to swing, and he just slaps me. And I find it weirdly entertaining when I'm getting hit by that one. But any other combo, not as much. Okay, you know what? Let me do a little change before we go in. I was using fire this whole time because I felt like I saw his HP bar crawl in the second phase HP bar. I'll lose a little smidgen of HP and thought to myself, hey, maybe I can take out a chunk of his HP if I drop it down during his stagger phase. But now that I know that's not the case, I am gonna shift back to poison, which I was using before. I have considerably less of fire and water, as you can see, but poison I have a lot because I feel like it is the most useful divine craft for stuff like this. It can take care of the stagger bar very quickly. It has been my go-to divine craft for all of the bosses so far, for hitless runs, of course. Like, just the fact that it allows you that stagger state a lot more quickly is godsend. Might not be the best though, especially when leveled up later. If you guys are looking for PvP tips or just tips in general, you might be looking in the wrong stream. Ow. I feel like the game would have a completely different meta at max level just from all the things you unlock. With the Fire Divine Craft, for example, there is a trait that makes it so that each hit you do grants it a small explosion. And I have to wonder how that would work out. So now I'm losing my focus because I'm talking too much. Like, would that contribute to like more damage or what? That was a bit dangerous. And don't use that move during that. Now here's an odd thing, right? A lot of the bosses do not actually have a cutscene at the start, but Ghostmaster does for some reason. It's very weird. Like, there are times when I've been like, you know what, I wish I kind of can see the starting cutscene for this boss, but after having to skip this over and over again, let's just say my mind has been greatly altered. Oh, the poison actually activated. That is very useful. Oh, wrong skill. Too far? Oh, what? That caught me off guard. He doesn't usually do that. He usually goes into the lilies. It might have been the poison. It's being weird. Okay, you know what? That changes things. If the poison actually allows me to avoid the lilies, that is a huge gain on just time itself. Blossoms untouched. What? There's an achievement for actually doing that way. Interesting. I might have just gotten lucky on the number of hits there, but I was not expecting that to happen, to be honest. Oh, come on. I couldn't put up the flames there. So I'm starting to get weirdly hungry now. And impatient. in a bit of a weird trick. That attack is a 1-2, pause, and a 1. Even though it looks like you have time for the second hit, it is actually something that happens very, very quickly. Now I'm very determined to get him tonight. I'm probably using my demon gauge here just to max out on damage. Oh. Oh no. Yep. Saw that coming. The one move you want to avoid at all costs in that fight. It is the move which has the most difficult tell. Like if any one of you knows the tell for that, please tell me. I am completely clueless as to what I should be looking at there. Ow. The good thing about the fight is that once you get your moves down, it's very scripted. Almost like a Final Fantasy XIV dance. The bad thing about it is that it's very scripted at a very quick pace, so any moment that I hesitate, the script goes off. Record. Like that one. Like at this point, I think you guys have already seen the pattern that I'm going for. Just do the flame and then follow up as needed, and then shift to dual blades as soon as I can. I might be shifting way too slowly too and losing some of the attack potential from the rats we're using. Phase 1, don't fail me now. We need the phase 2 practice, please. Let's play it safe here. Yeah, if I shift a bit earlier, we might have enough demon gauge to just go in one attack. This is a very odd angle. Thankfully, he did not do the goal attack. I was worried for a second. Interesting. I'm gonna miss this one. Wait, demon mode. Ah, it is the red attack we need to get. You know what? I feel like I need to just get lucky on that red attack and we'll have a no-hit. Especially since with the poison, it does feel like we can sort of avoid the lilies. Because the other randomness is the lilies in the fight. Does not work. Got a little too greedy trying to knock him out of that attack. An odd pattern here. Not what he usually does. Should have just probably used the flames first. Oh. Am I okay? Okay, yeah, we definitely need a bit of a timing adjustment on that one because that is the one move that's holding us back right now. And I think I just need to delay it a bit more on that very last one. If you don't get hit by the first set of umbrellas, that is. Almost there. I can feel it. A second ago I was feeling very tired, but now I'm feeling extremely awake. But not awake enough to not get hit, unfortunately. I'll probably just crash right after defeating Ghostmaster. Yeah, this is the move that I usually expect from the Ghost Master after the phase. Oh, missed one again. No? Oh, come on, it's the same move too. I should not have run. Now we're low on stamina. Okay, you know what? If we already got hit, just block. You know what? Let me just learn that one move from you. Because I feel like I'm not getting the timing for that correct. I need to get it right if you're ever going to do this. So if you just kindly come back. I'll even heal for this. Oh, staggered. Staggered on the move I wanted to test him on. Yeah, that's technically all the moves he has in this phase. I get for another year? Oh, too late. I'm missing the timing for this too. Feel like I should get that as well. It's okay if I die, I just want to see if we can see that move again. Preferably without staggering him. There we go. It's even more delayed than I thought. Again, it's one of those moves which has a very weird tell, right? You're waiting until he disappears. But the exact timing for that waiting, you don't have a good tell. It's just getting the timing right over and over. Excuse me? What happened there? Where's the stagger bar to? What? What? I'm so confused. He never staggers out of that. So where is the stagger? I think the game's glitched for some odd reason. Ow. I'm so confused right now. Oh, that explains it. I actually got disconnected. That's probably why I'm not sure whether the game is up for maintenance or not. I'll try logging back in because I feel like I'm so close, but if not, I probably have to call it the end of the stream. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I was so confused there for a second because I have tried many things to get him to stagger out of that one move. But yeah, I'm assuming the game is down for maintenance. I'm sorry, everyone. I was hoping that I'd get Ghostmaster tonight, and I've been very happy to just get another Abyss Boss hitless. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Either my internet connection, which will usually reset around this time, in its odd way, just Southeast Asian things, right? Either my internet connection reset or the game is under maintenance, though they are usually very good at letting you know with notices in the chat, but since we were in the boss, I might not have seen it. I'll try once more, and then if not, I'll have to call it a night. And you guys can kind of tell I'm tired too, because my voice is cracking up. Unfortunate. But yeah, I shall call it for tonight. I'll probably be streaming the rest of the week as well. I usually stream just about every other day. Fridays and Tuesdays are my certain days. But if I'm free, I'm usually around here. I'm either playing Where Winds Meet or other stuff on my console. Right now, I am playing Kunitsugami, but I am intending to finish Silent Hill and Silksong, which I have not yet completed entirely. But yeah, if any of you are watching, stay tuned. But for tonight, wherever you are, stay safe and take care. Here's Mikh'a, signing off. Good night, everyone. I shall call it for the day.